Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Naparima Bowl, and I have been joined by the illustrious, the indomitable, the enigmatic, the unstoppable, and also Leonard. I've been joined by Leonard Jack. No, let me say the thing right.
Oh, God.
Dr. Leonard Jack, Doctor of Psychology,
No,
Doctor of Letters,
therapy, man.
Doctor of... I can't about talk here because you fixed me up the other day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Physical therapy.
Physical therapy.
Yeah.
Leonard, how you doing, boss?
I'm good, man. Happy to be here to celebrate my Fonclaire 60th anniversary, boy. 60 years gone already.
60 years. I mean, you in this band since you was 1.
Nah, 5.
You've been with Fonclaire ever since? From
Since
Sulu?
73.
Serious?
Yeah,
So wait, that
73.
school
Mm-hmm.
days?
Yeah, I just left Benedict's.
Wait, and you went Benedict's too?
Yeah, best school.
Everything
boy.
wrong
Best,
with you, boy.
Best football school, everything, boy.
You went there, you didn't go naps?
We got the best all-round education, boy.
Serious?
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
I cannot bad talk
Yeah.
Benedict's at all.
No.
Because I went naps, but I played cricket, for Benedict's.
That's right. Yes.
Right? Don't ask me how that happened. It happened.
That's all right. You had to come to a good school.
I tried edging.
Edging, right.
So we are down here at Naparima Bowl. The thing is about to get started. From what I understand, they may be having exam in Naparima College. So they have to do a little wait and see till the exam done.
Finish. Okay.
Right? So, but the crowd is filling in,
Right.
you know. So we are here just chit-chatting. I'm chit-chatting with the one and only Dr. Leonard Jack, who flew in. Now, this is called an international, ladies and gentlemen, this is an international artist. I want them young fellas and them to understand. He international like Cartel and them. International. This man flew in for this performance. So now, Leonard, you, since retiring, you playing pan right through?
Yes, sir. I never stopped playing even through work. When I was working, I still played. But it's just that I'm playing more now.
Oh, that's really good, though. That's good.
Yeah.
And so since 71, you see?
73, actually 72, 73, yeah.
All right. You playing since then?
Yes. Yeah, because I left Benedict in 72. Yeah.
So wait now, you play on the famous Pan by Storm?
No, I was up here already.
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
But I mean, I played the song.
Well, I mean, you know the song?
Yeah, I know the song. I also played from Panorama in New York with Sonatas.
All right,
Ken did it up there too the next year. That same year.
And you want to?
Yeah. Yeah,
He
I think
second?
he won. I think he won, you know. I think he won or he came second. I can't remember.
Right.
But I went up there the Thursday, boy, and the Panorama was Saturday.
Yeah.
You talk about cramming the music. One day I can't play nothing.
I just wonder with all this thing that we're doing here, check your audio and everything. Everybody tell me if the audio good. Tell me how we looking. Bring my phone across there so I could check back, make sure everything's fine,
Nice.
make sure who's on, who's watching. Foxy, how you going? Send me a message. Thank you, sir. Right. Tell me how we going. And right. I see that people in the audience streaming as well.
Oh.
As usual. It's life, everybody. It's life.
Yeah, it's life, man.
So Leonard, so you retired from Dr. Rising, right? You know what I mean? You retired from Dr. Rising. So what? So now you're Pana Rising.
Yeah, I'm playing a lot of music. I have a backyard garden. And anytime I get a chance to travel, I travel.
Oh,
I
so you
also
just
teach
play.
a little bit too. I teach, I have students that I teach to play.
But you know, I asked you this question. All them years it took to get to be a doctor, to be a doctor, then retire to play pan.
Boy, that's the best life. I love my job now. I love my job
Right.
as a physical therapist. You know,
Right.
I was used to teach before I left home. I was teaching elementary and secondary school.
Okay.
So I get a chance to
You
follow my
from
passion.
Labre, a repairer, somewhere down
Labre
there.
RC school. That's my first school.
Right.
Yeah.
My sister knew your family good, man.
Oh, okay.
You know my sister Diane?
Diane, yeah. Oh, okay.
Right. So she always told me about
Yes,
the
I have
jobs.
some family down there. Yep.
Yeah, the job. Right. And she
Yeah.
from down there and
Yeah,
that kind of
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we all over, man.
Yeah, just know that you are not my family. Not. All right? Not. All right? Just let me.
You get that straight?
Yeah. I don't want nobody make a mistake now.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
That's okay.
That's
That's
okay.
all right. I'm still your teacher.
You're my teacher in pan.
Uh-huh.
In pan. Not in.
For the audience outside here, I teach this man all the calypso he's singing and thing, you know. It's just that he tried to turn it around and say he teach me. But that's all right. Time will tell.
What the competition we were up, against one another.
Yes.
The competition that we were both in.
The first
both
one,
entered.
the first competition.
Two competitions.
I won the first one, and then you won the second one.
The first one I didn't take part.
You didn't take part. Oh, yeah, that's true.
I say you're flying.
Yeah, that's true.
You're
That's true.
flying.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
allow him now.
Shout box representative.
Yeah,
man.
boy. Yeah, boy.
Yeah,
I beat you till you change your name.
Yeah. But can he beat me? But he sing the calypso with that piece of paper in his hand. Yeah?
But that was the rules.
Let them know that.
That was the rules.
If you thinking from my head,
Unlike
you
you,
gotta write your paper.
you was reading lyrics from the crowd. I see a man only looking down. I said, what?
Wacky Tuesday,
Where are they,
boy.
boy? That man lyrics right all of it.
Wacky Tuesday, man.
But
That
you
was
beat,
nice.
you beat Cohen Bonio.
Yeah, right. So I good now.
Yeah, if
right.
Cohen Bonio beat you.
Yeah, that's something, yeah.
That was good fun, though.
Yeah, that was some real good times, man.
I go in and pull back all them videos and put them up. Because people don't believe the nonsense
That we had,
we used to sing.
Hishimu, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Real history, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leonard, we are history, you know. We are history.
Man.
Real history.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we just shooting the breeze to make up some time for the action that is about to come.
Right.
This is Fonclaire's 60th anniversary.
Yes.
And what amazes me about this show, things look empty when we setting up.
Yeah.
And you close your eye and open back your eye, the place ram out.
Yes.
You know, and the ambience is so beautiful. If it starts at 3 o'clock, what time is it finishing?
Yeah.
I finish about 8 o'clock?
Nah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just here to participate.
Yeah. You just flew in to perform.
I come to fellowship with my brothers and them, man. There's some guys I hadn't seen for almost 40-something years too, you know?
40-something years. Sarah Fonclaire is one band that have the most amount of soloists, boy.
Yeah.
Everybody in this band is a soloist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was so happy. Even when I was leaving to come up to go to school, we wouldn't give me a pan as a gift, boy. That was the best move, boy.
Wow.
That was the best move, man.
Wow. So I hear music playing, I hear things striking up.
Yeah.
So probably Mr. Director could go and show us what's happening on the outside.
Right.
Because we kill enough time in here. Because Leonard had to go and change the clothes and put on the frock. Put on the frock.
I don't put my dan.
Yeah, put on the clothes and thing.
Yes.
And tell Madam Jack you're speaking to your teacher.
I'll tell her.
No, we can tell her, Miss Humilton.
No. She ain't gonna believe you.
Try and know.
Yeah.
I am his teacher and will always be his teacher. Okay?
Talk big. It's only because you own Wacky can say that. You know?
So we're going to go to the front stage and let you know what's happening and have audio and stuff playing. So we'll be back shortly for Fonclaire's 60th anniversary.
Let's let them know I'll be playing 2 songs.
2 songs in the second half.
Later on,
The foreign international artist, Leonard Cartel Jack is playing 2 songs in the second half. All right? So all your fans and them out there know that you're coming through. He's here. So you all could I could get an autograph for all you know. So Kerry, back to audio.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We warmly welcome you to the Naparima Bowl Amphitheater. Pay close attention to the following basic house rules. No unauthorized flash photography and video recording is permitted. Patrons are also advised that no smoking is allowed in the amphitheater. However, there are designated smoking areas. Washrooms are located to the left along the side of the building and to your right around the building and along the walkway. In the event of an emergency, do not panic. Please follow the instructions of our ushers. Move quickly in an orderly manner to the designated muster point, which is located to the southeastern end of the car park. Ladies and gentlemen, do enjoy the event. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Greetings, Naparima Bowl. Oh, Oh, very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you're looking nice. But this is a hot sun party. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a public holiday. So I know that you have undying love for NLCB Fonclaire, that you are here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a public holiday. So let's hear it for you. And let's hear it for the legacy that is NLCB Fonclaire. My name is Abeo Jackson. I am a 6th-generation American descended from the lineage of Amphi and Bashana Jackson. And you know why that is important? Because my grandmother, Ruth Georgiana Jackson, used to live on Fonrose Street. You hear where? Fonrose. The first part of the name Fonclaire. So I am what we call Fonclaire legacy. I am the niece of Kenneth Kingston Arthur, one of the foundation members of Fonclaire, one of those who are still with us, and he is very much in the building. So could we hear it from my uncle, please? Before we begin, I want to remind you all of a very important word. The word is Sankofa. Well, you ever heard that word before? Sankofa. That whole idea that you have to know where you come from in order to know where you're going. So the fact that we could be here to celebrate with Golden Steel, Tiny Mites, Gabrielites, Peaveville Panjamas, Grant Memorial, Fusion Steel, Fonclaire Juniors, NLCB Fonclaire, it didn't happen just so. We are here to celebrate 60 years. And it didn't just start in 1965. It actually started in 1955 when a group of young men used to play football. Well, you ever hear the story of how it started? They used to come together to play football. Let me give all you a piece of the story. Piece. The years spanning 1955 to 1965 gave birth to a community in the borough of San Fernando that was like no other. The boundaries of that community in the beginning were Coffee Street to the north, Bertrand Street to the east, Rushworth Street to the south, and Drayton Street to the west, assuming San Fernando Hill to be due north. The streets Clare, Fonrose, Dottin, Cooper, Austin, Parry, Thorn, Legion were internal to those boundaries. And that is the reason why when the band started, the area out of which the band came was known as the Hole because of the physical space. Because to get to the rest of San Fernando, you had to climb a steep hill. The young men started playing football, but it wasn't until, 1964 was when the first tuned steel drums came to the community. They included 1 tenor, 1 double tenor, 1 tricello, 1 grundig, now called the guitar pan. All you know a grundig? All you know that's what it was called? These were throwaways from existing bands and were deposited under Mervyn Scott, Uncle Scotty House. May he walk in power. And that is where it began. Under Uncle Scotty House, with pans that were discarded from other bands. And here we are today, 60 plus years later, with Golden Steel, Tiny Mites, Gabrielites, Peaveville Panjamas, Grant Memorial, Fusion Steel, Fonclaire Juniors 1 and 2, and of course, the NLCB Fonclaire. Could we please hear it for a brilliant, amazing legacy? So let's start the thing off right. In order to start it, we must have an invocation. And we have the invocation in the form of a performance from Advent Steel Band. Let's hear it for Advent Steel Band behind me.
Father God, we come today thanking you for 60 years. Thanking you, God, for the blessings you would have placed on Fonclaire. We thank you for this opportunity to be in this space, Lord, where we can praise, where we can reminisce, where we can see your mighty hand at work there, Father. Mighty God, today we say we magnify you. Today we say we praise you. Today we lift up your name and thank you, God, for 60 plus years to come. This we thank you and this we praise you for. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen.
Let's hear it again for Advent Steel, getting us started off right. We acknowledge all of the energies in the space, all the ancestral energies as well, without whom we would not be here. So, before we continue, just to get the energy up, when I say AU, you say AU, AU. Oh my God, let's do that again. When I say AU, you say AU, 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 AU. Nice. Bringing to the stage the managing director of NLCB Fonclaire. I usually call him the commander-in-chief. None other than Mr. Darren Shepherd to bring some remarks. That's a cute clap. Come on. We had to work on all here before the end of this evening.
So watching up in the sky, right? And as usual, thank you, Father. We're supposed to have all kind of storm and all kind of thing. And for some blessed reason, we don't ever get that. We get a little thing before, and then it rain just fall 2 hours when the show done. So don't frighten. We blessed like that. Let me start by welcoming the Honorable MP for San Fernando West, Minister Michael Dowlat, Minister of Education. Thanks for being here today, and he'll bring some remarks right after I speak. 60 years. They call her name just now. I had to call her name first. Mr. Arthur, from me to you, from all the performers here today, thank you. There's a couple other special guests. In Fonclaire, as a youth man, we always felt safe because bodybuilding was a big thing in the band back then. Rudin, Wire, Butch, Griffith, Jet Plane. And those guys kept us safe. And today we're going to pay respects to a few of them. Butch, thank you for keeping us safe. Let me acknowledge members of the South Central region of Panchenbego for choosing to spend this time with us. We do appreciate your presence. Mr. and Mrs. Weeks, Ms. Weeks, the current Assistant Secretary of Panchenbego Central Executive. Thanks. We appreciate you sharing this evening with us. I want to talk a little bit about something that's very passionate to me. You see, young people, I grew up in a neighborhood where we were welcomed in the Panyard. And we always talk about how different it is now as opposed to then. We have a group called Gold and Steel. And I want to be very careful how I describe them. They would have not been able to play this instrument in their younger days. And we at Fonclaire has created an environment that allows them to scratch something off their bucket list, because a lot of them always wanted to play the instrument. That's on one extreme. And on the lower extreme, we have a group called Fonclaire Tiny Mites. They're the prettiest jersey you will see here on stage today. And 4 years old to 8 years old. That is what we call community. So we're taking you from this high, straight up. And we're very proud of that. So, since 2019, Fonclaire has embarked on an outreach program in the schools in the San Fernando area. It started off with Coffee Boys Anglican School, my old school, very proud to say that. Ansty Girls, Government Girls and Boys, and Pleasantville Secondary. Proud to say that as well. Those are the 5 schools that we considered in our immediate catchment area. And then we expanded to St. Gabriel's, Monrepo, RC, and the list goes on. At this present time, Fonclaire is engaged in 14 schools. Now, there's a pan in the classroom program, which we applaud. But our aim and ambition at Fonclaire is to put steel bands in schools. It's very different from pan in the classroom. Just to mention, and I have some of my colleagues from Pleasantville here that's going to grace the stage today. At Pleasantville, we played for the Wali functions, Eid functions, Christmas, Easter, Carnival, you name it. The steel band was an integral part of all school activities. And the only way that we all could embrace this instrument is if the instrument is represented in everything we do as a people. I strongly believe that. So at present, we're involved in Grant Memorial Presbyterian, Coffee Boys Anglican, Ansty Girls Memorial, Monrepo RC, St. Gabriel's RC, San Fernando Girls Government Primary, San Fernando Boys Government Primary, San Fernando Methodist Primary, St. Paul's Anglican Primary, San Fernando East Secondary, Pleasantville Secondary, San Fernando West Secondary, and Marabella North Secondary. One steel band. And we do this free of charge. All we ask is for when we have events like this, you come out and support so we could keep our programs free. We started a program in St. David's RC just about a week ago. My colleague, Mr. Marcel, is running that program. They are situated in Caroni. We had discussions with the principal of St. Stephen's College last week in Princestown. We visited Vesony Secondary 2 weeks ago in Vesony. So our program is reaching far and wide. And Mr. Minister, the children at Trinidad and Tobago love pan. Believe me when I tell you that. principal of St. Stephen's communicated with us, and he put out a call for children in the school who would be interested in joining the PAN club. He got 70 names in just a couple of days. PAN is the answer. PAN is the answer. The discipline that is required to play the instrument, the ability to learn via your memory helps develop that said memory. And I remember I wasn't a big studier, but because I played the instrument, when I was in class, I paid attention. And if I could recall 10 Panorama songs, it means I could recall my lessons as well. So for you parents out there, balance is the key. Don't take them out. Balance their involvement, and you'll have a better, rounded child. I do believe that. So thanks again for sharing your holiday with us. And let me turn you back over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheppy. I love that. PAN is the answer and balance is the key. If you take nothing else from this evening, along with all of the wonderful, fabulous music and all of the young people that we are about to celebrate, take those two statements. PAN is the answer and balance is the key. Before we get into our performances, we have another speech. Greetings, birthday greetings to NLCB Fonclaire. I love that. From the Ministry of Education, or MP for San Fernando West, the Honorable Dr. Michael Dowlath.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair. And I want to say this evening, as I'm here, I'm so happy for the words that Mr. Darren Shepherd spoke about. Holistic education. All my life I've spent in youth development. And I want to concur with him that young people, especially ones I'm seeing here, and those in the 14 schools, I want you to put your hands together and congratulate them for doing this. When you use your left hand, it's because the right side of your brain is active. When you use your right hand, the left side of your brain. And so you are so right, Mr. Shepherd, that by playing music, by playing sports, you become more intelligent. And it helps you with all your work. I want to say that congratulations to NLCB Fonclaire Steel Orchestra. 60 years. And I think they deserve a round of applause for the legacy that they continue to deliver. And they have passed on the torch to the younger generation. I'm seeing many of them here with us. I want to say that in 1962, this Naprima Bowl was a gift from the government to the people of San Fernando. And so, as we continue to make use of those facilities that promote the intrinsic ability of our young people, and in education, not everything is about academics. It's really about how you add value to the society. I remember in 2006, when I came as the principal of Naprima College, right behind you, dear audience. And I started to speak with the then MP, Mr. Junior Rigello, about PAN in schools. And it took about 12 years before, in 2019, we got Naprima College and Naprima Girls together. NAPS combined to win the National Secondary School competition. I think they deserve a round of applause for that. So, Mr. Shepherd, you have me on your side. I have been involved in this as a supporter and a facilitator. And I want to say to you that you're right. Discipline, perseverance, commitment, and the ability to understand how to work in a team, you learn from being part of a pan side. But I want to say it doesn't come easy because there was a lot of sacrifice to reach to the 60th anniversary. A lot of people had to sacrifice. And so today, as we pay homage to them on Indian Arrival Day, it reflects the diversity of the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. As Mr. Shepherd said, the pansides play at every single cultural and religious activity. So I want to say to you, thank you all for your support, for coming out and ensuring that we give the young people and those who have been working so hard to ensure that pan and music and the culture of Trinidad and Tobago continues to live on. And so, congratulations on your legacy, NLCB Fonclaire Steel Orchestra. Together, we aspire, together we achieve. Thank you very much.
There we go. Thank you so much once again to our Minister of Education and our MP for San Fernando West, the Honorable Dr. Michael Dowlath. All right. So we had the invocation. We had words from our Managing Director. We had birthday greetings from our MP and Education Minister. All you ready for pan? That's what I'm saying. So I'm very excited we have our soloist first, but I'll get to the lovely folks in purple in the corner. I'll be very excited to introduce the folks in purple. Very excited. But first up to open our show, we have Philip Morris. Philip Morris coming to the stage. This evening, we're going to have quite a few of our legacy players, folks who have been with the band and shared in the legacy almost from inception. So we invite to get things started, Philip Morris.
Just going to do the Lord's Prayer for you in a classical styling that I arrange. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's hear it again for Philip Morris, one of our long-standing legacy members of Fonclaire. Before we move on, come back. We're going to whisper sweet nothings in my ears. He's letting me know it is Maurice. Philip Maurice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was a man that I remember. I don't want to expose my age, but we will expose the age. I was about 7 years old when Fonclaire did Pan by Storm. And if you look in the video, you will see a little girl in pink with a denim skirt and pink pigtails jumping up in the front of the video. Like if her life depends on it, that is me. But the point is, I remember faces and energies like, well, you know, I privately used to call him Uncle Philip. So I was not Akura with the Maurice, but we used to call him Uncle Philip in those days. And he would have been a face and an energy that was around the band since I was a tiny mite in proximity to the band. So one more time, let's hear it for him. And thank you for making the time to share this afternoon, share in this afternoon with us. So just letting you know that the washroom to my right is out of service. So if you need to use the washrooms, you have to head to the front side of the building. Right. Some of my faves are on stage. Some of my Auntie Jillian, that is you? That is you, girl? Let's hear it for Auntie Jillian. And everybody else on stage, Darren would have given you the story about Golden Steel. People who always wanted to play pan and didn't necessarily get the opportunity in the past. And now they're getting the opportunity to tick it off of their bucket lists. These are the real stars this evening, you know. Because it takes a lot of bravery to do something that you've always wanted to do. You're shaking your head, never got the opportunity to do it, and then to come and do it in front of an audience of this size. Let's hear it for Golden Steel 1. NLCB Gold and Steel 1, as they exit the stage, we will actually have NLCB Gold and Steel 2. Because when it's nice, you could split it in two and do it twice. Come on. Hey, Wendell, you change your mind? You playing? Oh, okay. Just checking. You can have dead air. Well, lady stage manager, tell me to have dead air. So we are waiting for NLCB Gold and Steel 2 to finish setup. Still to come, we have soloists like Sean Ramsey, Dean Constance, Curtis Sleepy Marcel, Roger Charles, all of whom are past and some of them still present members of Fonclaire. Most of them from the Pan by Storm era. You know, Pan by Storm was the watershed, right? So that is the marker that we are using. Well, I am using anyway. All right. Come. All right. And the folks are looking ready and excited. Auntie Marlene. As you can tell, plenty family, long-standing family on stage. Let's hear it for NLCB Gold and Steel 2. Golden Steel 1 and 2. Ooh, I love that song too, I don't know. One of the baddest tunes for Carnival 2025, I tell you. And it's because it's true, you know. It is true. You know, you suddenly start to see your way. Your skin clear up. Your belly going down. You suddenly have disposable income. You understand? Just because somebody leave your house. Look at that. I love that for us. Yes, come on. And I love that for Golden Steel. You all should be extremely proud of yourselves. Thank you, Wendell and Reed, for ensuring the smooth, if even slightly slow, transition between the bands. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have a gentleman who is another face we know extremely well inside of the Fonclaire Forever family. This was the man who was in Form 4 at the time. Pleasantville Senior. He was in Form 4. And he played the congas for Pan by Storm. This was the man who was responsible for making sure that we kept time. He was also the man that would have gone on tour playing congas when Fonclaire went to Canada in 1991. And since then, he has been sharing his talents. He is still in proximity to Pleasantville. Let's hear it for none other than Sean Ramsey. Thank you so much, Sean Ramsey. One of those classic pieces that we always love to hear on pan. All right. This is where the things start to get exciting. How you blushing so? Hi. Greetings. What is your name?
Kelvin.
Kelvin. Kelvin, how long have you been playing pan?
Last year.
All right. Last year. You love pan? It only have one right answer. You love pan?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Let me see if I could pick on a girl. Hello. She said, listen, I come to play pan. Nobody never tell me I have to talk. Hi, what is your name? Nobody can hear you. Ayana, how long have you been playing? What do you mean you don't know? Since last year, all right. And Ayana, do you love pan? Yeah. All right. I'm not completely convinced, but we'll go with it. Ladies and gentlemen, things are starting to get very exciting. We have our first school band of the evening. Let's hear it for San Fernando West Secondary School. And they'll be doing two pieces that have been arranged by two brilliant young arrangers. The first one, Kiona Blesdell, and the second arrangement by Jaden Bihari. Sando West, all ready? Let's do it. We can do better than that. San Fernando West Secondary. And all of our schools were asked to play a blast from the Fonclaire past, as well as a song of their choosing. And that's why the first song they played was Summer Rain, and it was beautiful. Thank you so much, San Fernando West Secondary. So we get back into our soloists, and we have another one. He is a face and a powerhouse when it comes to Fonclaire legacy. Another one from inside of the Pan by Storm era. He has toured and is still touring the world. Pan has taken him around the world. And he was also actually, and I'm using the word was, and that makes me sad, he was the musical director of the Fonclaire All-Stars, and I really wish Hollywood would get the band back together. Like, I get it, you know, you're all over the world, you're so busy, etc., etc. But I miss y'all, right? I miss y'all. So, could Fonclaire All-Stars, I'm putting out an SOS, could we get a couple more performances out of the Fonclaire All-Stars, please and thanks. Bringing to the stage, Roger Charles. Thank you so much, Roger Charles. Roger, you're going to tell the rest of the All-Stars you send any message for them? Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you for your service. Roger Charles, and from Roger, we go to Peaveville Panjamas. Peaveville is one of the bands that has a very, very special place in our Fonclaire Forever family. If you talk to Sheppy, he will give you an earful about how special Peaveville is to him, being a member of the alum, etc., etc. We know how many members, legacy members of the band are also past Peaveville students. We had Sean earlier. And I want to take the time to celebrate the teacher that is always moving with Peaveville Panjamas. Can we hear it from Ms. Patrick, please? And earlier on, San Fernando West, can we hear it from Ms. Blaisdell, please? Because without these teachers taking their personal time, sometimes their personal funds, these endeavors would not happen. So, we are bringing to the stage Peaveville Panjamas. Like we said, we asked all of the schools to dip into the Fonclaire discography. That's a very big word, but you know what I mean. So we're dipping into past tunes from Fonclaire and another tune of their choice. We are excited to see what they choose. Let's hear it for them.
Mr. Director, Mr. Director. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Fonclaire's 60th anniversary. I will say good evening to all our faithful supporters, listeners, everything. Lenny, are watching you. Lenny on 2 streams. How are you doing that? You're ambidextrous, you're multitasking. How are we coming across? Everything cool? Everything good? Just remember, you go to WAC.tv, you can contribute towards this fantastic Fonclaire program. You know, Mr. Michael Smith, how you doing? Hi, Miss Marlene Agustine. Wow. Ingrid. So, Fonclaire's 60th anniversary, and I think you heard from, let me just see how the thing running here. You heard from Philip Morris already. You heard from Sean Ramsey. I think you just heard from Roger Charles doing that reggae. Nice. And we have a lot of bands. I've seen 13 bands on this evening. This is a real a labor of love and a great initiative. I must give my hats off to Darren Shepherd and the Fonclaire family. I mean, you can't have 11 bands. Wow. So, ladies and gentlemen, while a band is coming to the stage, I'm just here to say, remember, you can contribute at WAC.tv. You can just go on WAC.tv, you'll see the Fonclaire logo, big and bold, click it, contribute, make sure to keep these streams coming live to you once you enjoy it. Tell me how it's going. Seen a lot of people online. Tell me where you're listening from while I check it on my phone to make sure everything good. We good? So, Kerry, you ready for me? They're not, so I have to continue talking. You see what the thing is? While the other band, which band is coming up right now? I'm not hearing what he's saying, but you know. So, right, I'm checking, I'm seeing myself. So, tell us where you're listening from. Tell us if you're enjoying the stream. Tell us something. And remember, hit the thumbs up, hit the like, hit subscribe, hit the notification bell to know what's coming up next. The season is upon us to have more streams coming up. You know, we have a lot of things coming up shortly. Remember, we're going to Tobago. All you who going to Tobago, please behave yourself in Tobago. Like that's going to happen. So we say good evening to Lenny, to Florence Jackson, Dr. Cheese. good evening, good afternoon, good afternoon. Right, it's time to hear some more pan. So we take you back to the stage for pan. Kerry, we're going back. All right, let's go. Okay, okay. All right. I'd love to hear myself. It'd be nice. Yes. The boss tell me to continue talking. It'll be hard when you have a boss, man. It'll be really, really hard. Especially when the boss is Kerry. You say good evening, DJ Smooth. Where are you listening to us from? Remember to hit the thumbs up. We closing in on 38,000. And we're ready to go back to the stage. We take you back stage side.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Peaveville Panjamas giving us All Nights from Fonclaire's 1993 repertoire and Mr. Promoter. All right. From our Panjamas, we go to another group that I'm always very, very excited to introduce. Let's bring them on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome the cutest tiny mites in San Fernando. Homegirl said, you're gonna see me. I'm gonna walk in front of the pan. Fonclaire, tiny mites. Yes, girl, you wave to mommy. Yes, mommy, this one is one right here. Yes, very nice. What is her name? Hold on, where is she? Hi, what is your name?
Damani Julian.
Hi, Damani Julian. How old are you?
8.
8 years. And how long have you been playing pan?
2 years.
2 years. Time is a loose concept for children, and like it is, okay. All right, who? Ooh! Well, I could see her. Hello, hi. Hi, what is your name?
Hi.
Hi, Ty? Ty, how old are you?
6.
6? And this is your first time playing in front of an audience like this?
No.
He said no. When did you play before this?
I played, I think it was Carnival. That was my last.
Okay, all right. Let's hear it for Ty. Where the little one we couldn't see? Ah, there she is. Hi. What is your name?
Riley.
Oh, yeah, her name is Riley. Riley, how old are you?
5.
Riley, you like playing pan? Y'all, let us hear it from Riley, please. I feel this is Riley's sister, looking at the similarities in hairstyle. That's be a dead giveaway. You know, you are Riley's sister? I figured. What is your name?
Rebecca.
And how old are you?
7.
Okay, it's very mature 7. How long have you been playing pan?
A week.
Wait, hold on. Let me try that again. Rebecca, how long you playing pan? Don't bother. Time is a loose concept. Very loose. All right. So we see Auntie Adana in the front. Could we hear it for Auntie Adana, please? Without whom our tiny mites. Ooh. We all right? All right, okay. Without whom our tiny mites would not be breaking the internet with Baby Shark. I don't know if you all saw that earlier on this year. They ready? No? We ready? We ready? Yes? Oh, Ty is ready. Ty does not care if Uncle Wendell is ready. Ty is ready. All right. All right, little ones. We're going to play and we're going to dance, yes? We're going to play and dance and smile all at the same time. Yes. Who else can I interview? Oh, this is a sweet little one. Hello, what is your name?
Blaine.
Blair. Hi, Blair. How old are you?
9.
Blair, how come you had to think about how old you were?
I'm too used to being 8.
It's true. You're right. You're real right, girl. I really used to be in 25. Really used to it. Sorry. Oh, sure, nice. Hi, what is your name?
Zahir.
Zahir, how old are you?
8.
8? This is your first time playing for an audience like this? No. When was the last time you played like this?
Last year.
Last Yeah, all right. Well, he's a veteran, accustomed, clearly. All right, we ready? Why are we doing, what is happening? All right. Good, we could see everybody. Everybody see, parents, you seeing your little ones? You seeing them over the pans? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready. Let's hear it again for our Fonclaire Tiny Mites. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the stars of our show, the Tiny Mites. Oh, I tell you, having a 7-month-old gives you a new appreciation for Baby Shark. It really, really does. And she loves this version. Yes, hi. Okay. All right. I'm just saying, whoever has to follow the Tiny Mites, they are a hard act to follow. I wouldn't want to go after the Tiny Mites. I wouldn't. But if it's anybody is up to the task, it is none other than Curtis Sleepy Marcel. All you know, this is a man who have list of credentials long like Coffee Street. We know this. They don't have a band here work with in terms of the schools. And of course, we know him from being very much entrenched inside of the Pan by Storm era onwards. Sleepy is a face And energy to know him is to love him. Facts pon facts. Thank you so much for your service in our community, Curtis Sleepy Marcel. I don't think we say it enough. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. I find he not looking like you're ready. You ready? Okay. Let's hear it for Curtis Sleepy Marcel. Easy just like that. Curtis Sleepy Marcel. From Sleepy, we go to a gentleman who joined Fonclaire in 1980. He is a man of many talents. He's a supplemental police. He shares his culinary expertise with Fonclaire. He actually said he just come out of the kitchen to come and play and go back. No, serious. He also has the acclaim of being the very first 3 cello player in the band. His name, Dean Constance, and the song, For the Love of You. But I find the stand is now coming on, though. He'll be quick. Let me see. Well, I mean, if he's a chef, he gotta be quick. So I can't keep people waiting when they're hungry. I love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, Dean Constance. musicians who can cook. You're welcome. You're welcome. You are free to use my idea. Musicians who can cook, I can see it now. Because fundraising is important. And? Well, and Dean is the captain of the team. And? Reed, you can cook? You could eat, but can you cook? All right, ladies and gentlemen, you see our fabulous young people on stage. They are getting ready to give us something exciting. But before we get to them, we'd like to give out 2 tokens of appreciation. The first 2 of quite a few for the evening. I'd like to call on both our managing director and captain to hand out these, to award these tokens of appreciation. The first goes to Alpha Transport. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for coming on board. We'd like to invite their managing director, Mr. Shiraz Ali, to receive it on their behalf. Here he comes. Reed is calling for the cameraman. This moment is not about you, you know. It is about Mr. Ali. All right. I like these shoes. They're nice. Come on. He's running. Thank you so much to Alpha Transport, Mr. Shiraz Ali. And if you know anything about being a San Fernando band and needing to have your pans safely transported up and down the highway, this man and his team is doing yeoman service. Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. And next up, to the gentleman that has us looking lovely, has us out here looking sharp, we'd like to invite Mr. Elton Benjamin of Screen Text to the stage. Yes. And I know from personal experience that he gives such a wonderful touch. It is service with sweetness and a smile. Yeah. Chef, say a dress up. I love that for us. Thank you so much for coming on board. We appreciate you so much. Yes, we got a picture. Very nice. All right. Don't worry, Abiyo Jackson Productions coming back to harass you next year. Come in, don't worry. All right, we ready? Oh my word, this fro, darling, come on. What is your name?
My name is Soraya Figaro.
Soraya Figaro. I love your hair. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for NLCB Fonclaire Juniors. come. Yeah, man, come. Don't afraid. Yes, you. I don't bite on a Friday. Wednesday, maybe. All you watch this young man play? Who he belong to? He belong to all you? Listen to me. Hello. Me and Uncle Leonard already correct here. There are many young people who play pan, and it's beautiful to watch, etc. This is a pan man. You understand? Nice. What is your name?
Hello, my name is Cameron Angad.
All right, and he's a superstar, clearly. Let's hear it again. For Fonclaire Jr. is a fantastic way to stick a pin as we get ready to go to intermission. We will now have a 20-minute intermission. Yes, we will now have a 20-minute intermission. Please feel free to patronize. There are things on sale, light eats and drinks. Now would also be an excellent time for you to make contact with any of the teachers associated with the school bands. These are schools actively looking for corporate patrons. Corporate patrons, corporate sponsors, corporate supporters, or private citizens who want to make one-time contributions. I am begging boldfacedly on their behalf, have those conversations while you have a beverage and a snack. We will see you in 20.
See my ex with a new man. Feel like she new burn. We inside a session. Party kicking up hard. She put up, she 2-1. Winding back on the man. You think I gave a damn? You're mad. The day you leave me, the day you leave, I started to see my worth. When you hurt me, I went away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! It was a blessing. So, it is now intermission. This is my time to give you information because it is intermission. I've given you information because it was intermission. And we have Soloist. The show is moving smoothly along. We had soloists like Philip Morris, we had Sean Ramsey, Curtis Sleepy Marcel, Roger Charles, Joseph Reed. I saw Darren Shepherd. We saw bands Fonclaire Junior 1 and 2, Fonclaire Golden Steel 1 and 2, Advent Steel, Tiny Mites. I saw the Pleasantville Panjamas. Wow. A lot. And look, we have people coming for me to interview. And this is Mr. Roger Charles. I say it correct, boy? Roger Charles. As soon as they put on your headphone, the microphone. Hello, can you get Mr. Roger Charles' microphone, sir? Sir, speak to me, sir.
Yes. How are you?
No, it's not. Where's the engineer? It is not. So, hello. You hearing him? All right, I'm not hearing him. You hearing you?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
cool.
just so.
I know
no,
that.
I ain't hearing me. I ain't hearing me at all.
Where's our engineer? So anyway, we'll wing it.
Yeah, man.
We are not hearing. Turn him on. Yeah. So Mr. Charles, how are you doing?
I'm just fine.
Right. You hearing him there, right? Well, I put on the headphones there. The headphones switch, please. We're not hearing. We can't continue if we're not hearing.
Need to hear.
The sound is up? Okay, I'll go watch you in your face. Don't
Yes.
worry. So, Mr. Charles, how are you doing? Where are you based right now, sir?
Piaco.
Oropone
Gardens, to be
Okay.
exact.
So how they saying that you're all over the world and all kind of thing. What does that
Well,
mean?
Traveler, but I work now abroad.
That's what I mean.
I do music. I play as a soloist.
Where?
Currently on a cruise ship, Carnival Cruise Line.
All right. How long you been doing that?
About 3 years now.
Okay. And you go to all the islands.
Yep, that's right.
Nice.
The sad thing about it is that Carnival a bit stereotype where they have the Caribbean soloists only in the Caribbean.
Okay.
So they're not.
So if you're going to
spread
Alaska, you ain't going around?
Nah. unfortunately.
No, well, that kind of hard, you know. How you going to have a steel pan and you go in Alaska?
But remember, Kenny, we playing everything on the pan.
Oh, no, they don't see that, you know.
Them is seeing that.
All right. Well, that's your job. You have to now make them see that you can play this kind of music.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's give him a round of applause now. Good going, Justice. Nice. Took you all of an hour, but it's all right. We go take that. So that's me just trolling Justice. So right. So you go the Caribbean islands. You do the Labadee, Haiti, the Falmouth, Jamaica, that kind of thing. I know the thing, you know. I know the thing. But I find it nice. It's nice.
It's real nice because it makes you, number one, express yourself as a soloist.
Right.
You express yourself more, and you sell the Caribbean. You promote the Caribbean.
Beautiful.
You promote Pan. You promote Trinidad. And that is something that a lot of foreigners don't even know yet.
That where is Trinidad?
And where is Trinidad? And the home of the steel pan.
That steel pan comes from Trinidad and Tobago.
That's right.
I congratulate you on doing that job because the powers that be don't see it fit to do that job. I always thought, tell me if this is far-fetched. You know, when I was on the cruise line, and when you're going to an island, they tell you something about the island that you're going to.
That's right.
Sometimes when you come off port, you go to a place where they have a show or they have some dancing and they have trinkets and bubbles and stuff to buy. And I was thinking, what could Trinidad do? You know, like we come into Trinidad, hey, cruisers, we come into Trinidad. Trinidad here, and before we go there, we will teach you how to become a Trini, how to lime, how to talk in Pekong, how to talk the language, how to screw, how to move.
The swag and everything.
And how to play pan, how to bend wire to make costume, how to lime on the boulevard. Come and learn how to do the Trini things. And I feel that will be a real hit. Because the foreigners don't understand how we are such a happy people. You know?
I'll tell you a story. When my first contract on Carnival, I spoke Trini.
Yeah.
Over the mic, I spoke Trini. And my music manager, who was my supervisor at the time, came and he told me, say, you have to alter your song because these people cannot understand.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
I'm from the Caribbean. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago.
Right.
But you want me to talk?
You want to clean up your accent.
And
that's what you really want to do.
And I was like, all right. I mean, you're making some sense. But I'm going to stick with my dialect. Not as strong as I used to.
Right.
But I will stick with my dialect because this
you had to understand that
this is my identity. This is part of my identity.
Yeah. But it's true, you know. Because if anybody meet you on the road and say, hey, man, what happened? And they're like, excuse me? What are you saying? What are you saying? And say, what happened? No, you go ahead. I can't understand what you're saying. And sometimes you do it for spite.
Yeah.
Because
for real.
I do that for spite, but then you have to realize they just don't understand you. Yeah. And you have to little bend it and put a little A inside the ow.
Yeah.
You know that kind of stuff?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. For real.
Yeah. But you feel good knowing that you're representing your country, bro.
Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be out there.
It's a great feeling, eh?
It is.
To know that, hey, Trinidad,
yeah,
we're here. Anybody see this, they know that this is Trinidad and Tobago.
Another thing, Kenny, there are a lot of other Caribbean islands, steel pan soloists. And for me, my thing is standard. So when I go out there, I try to move or try to project myself at a particular standard.
Yes.
Right? How I dress, how I speak, how I walk, the decorum, how I carry out myself the whole 9 yards. Because some of these other guys from the other islands don't do that.
Anything is anything.
And they sell the pan. Or when they see pan, they see one place. A lot of them think pan come from Jamaica, but they see a nationality. You are a panist, all of you all is the same thing.
Right.
And what I try to do, I try to tell them, you know what? I'm from Trinidad and Tobago.
So you do it in like 3 months or 6 months?
3 months. It depends on the contract.
The line.
It depends on me. Because on Carnival, they are a little more flexible. in what in how you move. So if I decide to take 6 months off, I could say, you know what? I take it. If I want to do 6 months on, that would readjust to suit me.
So how does he, okay, like you do like 3 sets or 4 sets a day or something?
4 sets a day.
For 45 minutes?
45-minute sets, yeah.
Right.
15-minute break, 45 minutes.
Do they specify what music you have to play?
No. For the soloists, we could play anything. There are other bands, like they have the rock band, they specify that. But for us, we are very flexible in playing what we want to play.
So it's not a rum and Coca-Cola banana boat song kind of thing?
No,
a long time thing.
Long time.
Right.
And I don't play that. And one music manager told me, to dress up in this flower shirt, and I said, no.
Oh.
Past that stage, bro. It's just stories,
Wow.
So they're so stereotyped, and we have to come out of that.
Yeah.
You have to be strong enough to tell them.
No. We don't do that. You have to come better than that. Yeah. I like that. So when is your next foray out there?
It's supposed to leave in July.
Man,
mid-July.
and 3 months again?
6 months this time.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But then again, you're on the ship. You're getting food. You're getting clothing. You're getting shelter. All you're doing is collecting money.
And the salary is good.
Salary is good.
I wouldn't tell you.
That's the next question.
I tell you that. But the salary. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. Well, it had to be good to be away from everybody for that length of time.
Yeah.
Is there any way that you could miss the boat and pick it up somewhere and all that kind of thing?
That comes with a penalty.
Oh.
If you miss the ship, they might send you home because you're like wayward. They will penalize you, meaning that they will not give you shore leave, and you have to pay your airfare to the next port.
All right.
But they will discipline you strongly.
Okay. People have been known to do that?
Yeah. Yep.
Right, because they end up going off and going all over the place and falling to sleep.
Or drink, yes. Drinking
and falling asleep. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. So what are you going out there to drink when there's so much alcohol on the boat?
They limit you on the ship, and that is because of past experiences with crew members or staff members over drinking and miss their job, getting up late for their duty.
Right.
Or harming themselves.
Wow.
Harming themselves.
No, I ask you all these questions about playing the pan foreign and, for international auditor to really get into the future of a pan soloist. Because a lot of people feel steel pan is just for panorama. And, you play a 2 song and you're playing 2-3 band and you're good. But transitioning from a band player to a soloist to be able to move, how hard or easy is that?
It depends on you. It depends on how you see yourself or where you see yourself in the next 5-10 years. The dedication, the discipline comes with practicing as a soloist. Because if you want to be good at your craft, of course you have to practice. And basically that's it. There are a lot of youths now who are going to school, so they're edified. They know their skills, they know their patterns. We didn't have that. We had to learn it self-taught. We were self-taught.
By what you wrote, what do they say it? What term is you learn by rote or mote or something?
I know self-taught.
Well, it's not written.
Right.
So somebody to teach you how this pattern.
Right.
There's a term for it. I can't remember it right now.
So, being a soloist, it is very expressive.
Right.
Very, very expressive. And for me, I think that is a good way to go as a panist. Not necessarily on cruise ship, but as a musician on the whole. You could take this and you could go anywhere you want to go.
Yeah.
Any level. Because there are guys out there who are professional jazz panists.
Jazz panists. Wow.
Like Leon, he teaches in a school, he's a professor.
Right.
We have Leon Foster, who's a professional panist.
Bad. Yeah.
But a lot of good guys out there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. This guy from the drummer from Snacky Puppy, Lionel, he actually played drums for Birdsong.
See?
And I met him in Canada. He plays in Canada. I think he plays for Afro, some of them. And I met him And in fact, here how I meet him. When I heard him playing the drums in the band, in the steel band, I said, but I know this drummer. I just hear the man playing drums. I recognize the drummer.
Yeah.
And I went and looked for him. I said, hey, you. He must say, who's this madman? I said, you from Snacky Puppy. He said, yeah, man. Because I listened to them so much. He bad. He passed bad. You understand? But I heard the drum. I said, but I know this feel. You know? Well, that's how I listen. You know what I mean? That's how I listen. So tell me, how you get all your tracks and things?
I used to do it by myself. I used to create myself, and it became so much I have to do. YouTube, man.
So you just see the karaoke thing on YouTube?
But I look for the best quality.
Right.
Quality is important. As a soloist, quality is important.
Yeah, you had a song original.
That's right.
Yeah.
And most of my tracks come from YouTube, karaoke, karaoke version. And then there are sites that some other guys give me that I go on. Not too good, but there, if you look carefully or closely, one in between, you'll get some good ones.
Let me tell you a secret. Yesterday, Logic, you know Logic?
Yeah.
Release a version. And this version, you know, you have the version that could separate the music. Called Stem Splitter. Logic had Stem Splitter a few months, a little while. It update. So you're getting even more stems. Voice, drums, bass, guitar, piano, and other. So there's 6 tracks you're getting. It used to be 4. And let me tell you something. Take out the voice. Clicks. Clicks.
That's what I want.
And original.
That's what I want.
Original. So when you're playing it, nobody don't know is a...
Yeah.
You understand? Because the technology gone mad.
It's going crazy. This AI
it's the best time. This is the best time to be a musician, to be anything. The technology gone mad. You got to be on top of it.
That's right.
You have to run the technology. It mustn't run you. You understand? So just tell you, they have that now. So if you want one, I can do it for you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, just say, hey, I want so.
Yeah.
One click.
So you will do it for me?
Yeah, man.
So what's the cost?
We'll talk money after, man. He's my partner.
All right.
You'll get the first one free.
Okay.
No, I just want to experiment on it, you know. What I do, a friend of mine had hundreds of VHS tapes from recording of a TTT from way back 1991.
Wow.
Way back then, when VHS was VHS. And he migrated, so he needed to get rid of them. So I took two bags, about 100 and something, a good bit. And I have a guy who just copied out and thing. So out of that, he got a few things that good, and the rest of them wasn't good. And I have them. So I'm in the process now of remastering, remixing some of those things, because you know it's VHS and you know the lines, and but it's stuff that you don't see, you don't get to see. Look, today I put up Ronnie McIntosh Ent from the Masquerade 1997. You understand? Today I put it up, and I realized like that is a treasure trove of stuff. You know, I have plenty. So I take my time and I'll just. The screen is so small, I had to put it inside one of them TV, a TV player, right? Like an old big back TV. So, you know, to be able to do it now.
You could remember Radio Tempo, right?
Yes.
You was behind that?
I wasn't behind it, but I was around it.
Kenny,
I laughed about it.
It had some local stuff, because that era is I take stuff I used to record with my cassette, like when Booksy Sharp and them Solwyn and Robert Greenwich, because them is the people I used to listen to. That's the pan I play, and I said, and it had some songs that these fellas played around that time. I do hear it again.
Sounds like what?
It have a song that Booksy composed called Airborne.
I
never hear that song again. They used to beat that on Radio Tempo.
Okay.
And I don't hear
Airborne.
it. Airborne.
I'll get my phone charging. That's what I'm mark it down. Send me that name and I'll look for it.
Airborne.
You know? I like them kind of detective work.
There are a lot of sharp music and Robert Greenwich and Two Left and these guys used to be playing Anis Hadid.
You know, back in them days, they used to play a lot more variety of music on the radio. Now it's either hardcore soca, the best calypsos, and I'm saying the best, and because they don't play any and anything. And basically, that's it. One or two chutney. The cross section kind of. You know, back in them days, we used to play under 4% local.
Right.
All these years pass. All this the music we do. All this the quality improve. All the men get good. Men have international hits, and we are still at under 4%.
Yeah.
And how we can, and then we quick to say, boy, Trinity to the bone, you know. But I don't know which bone they're talking about. Because I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. And you will get more respect for what you're doing outside of Trinidad than in Trinidad.
Well, on the ship is the market for the mainly the Americans. So you have the black Americans and you have the white Americans. And the black Americans really don't know anything about our culture.
No.
As a matter of fact, I could go further and say they don't even respect it in some cases, right? But I just push it. I just play all type of music, but I just push we soca. And when I get a Caribbean crew, Caribbean passenger crew, man, it's like it's priceless. Because these people just be whining, these people just be getting on. And that is what we need. We need to push we culture more.
I just came off of one last December. We went to where? Aruba, Bonaire.
Right.
That one, nice run.
Right.
Aruba, Bonaire, I can't remember, Curacao?
Beautiful.
Can't remember. But it's just beautiful ideas, and it was nice. That was our 20th anniversary cruise. You know, nice.
What cruise line that was?
A smaller boat. What was it? Whew. Catch me there, boy. I was very drunk at most of the time. So, no, I remember. And those guys online, if I had my phone, they'd answer me already. You know, on the boat, actually, on that boat, they had groups.
Yeah.
Right? So people come at groups, right? And it was actually 4 groups on the boat.
Yeah.
And we happened to have the biggest group. We had a group of 87 people.
Chinese or just Caribbean people?
Waconians from all over the world just come together to do that cruise. In fact, we're doing it next month. What it is?
Today's the...
Right. Next month in June, we're doing it in Tobago. Around the 11th to the 16th, you know. So we pull them from all over now, you know. But Mr. Roger Charles, you're doing a great job, man.
Thank you.
And it's a pleasure talking to you.
Yes.
We have a little intermission time, so I have to talk to everybody. I don't really want to talk to this fella, but I have no choice. I tell them send people and they send that. So I have to now interview Mr. Curtis Sleepy Marcel.
Very knowledgeable fellow.
You find so?
Yeah, very knowledgeable.
I do not agree. So come now, Mr. Marcel. Come on, exchange.
Let me get it.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
No problem at all.
Right. So Mr. Curtis Sleep. Huh?
I'm a teacher.
He's a teacher?
Yeah.
Think going from bad to worse here, boy.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, man, nice one.
1981, good afternoon, evening.
How come I don't have, no, I lie, I have one.
One like this?
I think I have one.
You played for Panorama?
No, I didn't play for Panorama. I tell Darren I wanted a t-shirt.
That's how I got this.
Ladies and gentlemen, tell me who want t-shirt. Look, we giving away a t-shirt. We giving away this man t-shirt. No, boy. You know, I personally find the bands, all bands, don't do enough in selling their merchandise. I cannot say I'm a Fonclaire fan and I ain't have a t-shirt. I can't say I'm an All-Stars fan and I ain't have a t-shirt. Or every t-shirt for every year, Because every year you have a new design. You know? So if you really love your bands,
You
and
should have.
and you really say as a supporter, and that you know, them people like,
Yeah.
that's my band, you know. You have a t-shirt? You have no. I am sure I have a lady, All Stars is my band, and that's Ingrid. Ingrid have
Yeah,
no
they do.
t-shirt. None. She
What?
have nothing.
All Stars have so much merchandise, so much merch.
If you see my phone light up, because Ingrid texting me, okay.
You see,
but I think people should, and there should be a way to get the t-shirt.
All right.
Easy.
As a person involved also in information technology and that kind of thing, digital media communication and so on, I think bands have to start developing
their own page.
Yeah. Even a Facebook page to start with.
Yes.
Right? And they could put links to the merchandise and that kind of thing. Websites might be a bit
not so much these days, but go ahead.
You could start with Facebook.
And sell your stuff.
Sell your stuff, put up a number there. When you put up your thing, there's a WhatsApp link that you could put, you press that, hello, I would like to get so. But the thing is, on the other end, the communication tends to be delayed. They're not as quick to respond. That's one of the things I've heard.
They don't have nobody manning that ship.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when a message come through, who answers?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's one of the things I have to work on.
So, Curtis Sleepy Marcel, your role in Fonclaire, I know you was traveling all over the world. So you're back home now.
Yeah, back home now as the Fonclaire Schools Music Group Coordinator.
How much schools do you have?
But Darren would have said 16 that are active.
16?
16 schools, yes. And I just started working with St. David's RC in St. Helena, right?
Where St. Helena is, brother?
As in the road, back road to in the back of the
Piaco?
Yeah.
How you end up there?
Because I had a dream. Fonclaire must go beyond the northern wall, meaning the Caroni River. It first started when anywhere I go is Fonclaire. It first started with Newton RC. Under Miss James and Miss Rama.
Yeah,
1 year ago. Right?
Yeah.
And within that, I said, okay. Pleasantville, and the others. Then we have, I went with St. George's College in Barataria, right on my street. Thanks to Miss Jasmine Jessup. She is the music teacher there, and they have a fabulous team. They also created a teacher steel band. So we have a nice program going on there, right? Okay. For the carnival season, I did a workshop at San Juan Presbyterian Primary, right? They are also active, but not on board with Fonclaire yet. Then we went to St. David's, as I said, and just 2 weeks ago, we started negotiations with Vesely Secondary. I went down there with Darren to talk with the teachers, and they're about to start up.
So you have to go to the school and start, from scratch?
No, well, as Darren, myself, Roger Charles, and like the standard arrangers in the band. If there's a band that is starting up, we go and start up the band to give them the music and that kind of thing. But within the thing, we train in somebody to it.
Question. They have payment in this? And you're saying 16, you start at 16, but let's call 3 other new ones.
Nothing.
So you're all doing this out of
All
the
it
goodness of your heart?
goodness, provide the transportation, and we do that. We hope it for a sponsor to come on board, because for me to go to journey to San Fernando every time is over $100.
Right now, where you living?
Barataria.
All the
And everybody's want to know.
I think you live in South all the time.
No, when I
man.
buy the library corner, 11 o'clock in the night waiting for something to... Somebody could sponsor my transport. People bringing lunch for me. Because you got about what you eat. It'll be tough. But you know what? When you see these children, especially, there's a dad. I want to make mention of him, Mr. Steve Clark. out in Indian Walk, brought 5 children with him on May 17th. Listen to me good. God had already appointed Cantaloupe Island to do for the starters. Because it's an easy song. But we just play there with easy. And the power of God did that song in 64 minutes. People now start to play pan. And I say, you see this? This is about the 5 children. They played there today.
You say May the 17th, you know?
Yeah.
Today is May the 30th, you know?
Yeah.
Wow, they play on stage.
They played there today.
Wow. Wow.
But even as we say, Fonclaire schedule is hectic. We make it happen. We make it happen. Oh, I forgot to mention the team of Miss Emily Ramsharan at Princeton East. I'm there too.
So all these places you have to travel and go to?
I travel and go to.
So how many bands come in the yard?
14.
And how did the bands fare for the Panorama season go on?
None of the bands made the finals, eh? Now I'll tell you something. You learn from your mistakes. Darren had been talking to some of the Rangers, start early. And I think somebody, they take it for granted. And a heavy price was paid. So next year, that ain't happening.
Early is all now, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it, soul, chorus, easy. We not taking that bike next year.
Yeah, I got you.
All right? So we are hoping.
You know that Junior Panorama is one of the better shows for the whole Carnival season.
Especially the final.
Yeah, the final, that Panorama final, Junior, is one of the better shows for the whole season.
And the quality of music.
The vibe, the quality, the kids, it just, woo.
Oh, I forgot. No, my mistake. Fonclaire Juniors made a Panorama under the direction of Miss Adada Pompey Guerrero as the arranger.
They made the finals?
Yeah, they made the finals.
Right, I was wondering.
Yeah, she does fabulous work.
And Fusion is not the champion?
Right, Fusion made the conventional, but I was more talking about the school band.
Right.
Fusion made the finals.
Right.
Fonclaire bowed out to the semis.
Yes.
And that, I think, that piece of work from Darren was magnificent. I think it was up there. It would, if you listen again,
no, but
you
listen,
understand.
the finals quality was very, very high. Extremely high. The Panorama has now become the Super Bowl of Pan.
It is for a long time.
The level is really high. If Desperados and Fonclaire could get thrown, what we say?
No, sometimes you say, oh, why they get thrown? They got good music. You have 2 things you got to take into consideration. You see your tone and your rhythm. Sometimes it don't always be the arrangement. You know. See them 2 people might take for granted.
And people getting thrown by 2 points, 1 point, 3 points. And if you lose point for tone, and tone means the blending of the pan. If you don't have budget to blend all your pan.
Sometimes I might tune one, skip one. At that time, a certain band, school band, I had also said for the tuner, 7 o'clock in the morning, I not playing that.
Yeah, because you're ponging the pan and the pan has go out.
Yeah.
So somebody had to come before and bring it back.
Exactly.
Wow.
God, imagine like
the science is something else. You know?
Yeah, it takes a long time to become a tuner. It takes and I want to take this time to give hats off to Miss Jasmine Jessup, Miss Kittens, and all of these at St. George's College. They have a fabulous thing going there. Valerie Patrick at Pleasantville as well. Miss Janelle Thomas at St. David's. Right? They are serious. They are going beyond the Panorama thing about it. But in the meanwhile, with Fonclaire, we have developed a program.
No, the program fantastic.
Apprentice tutors.
Yeah.
The only thing we had to get somebody now is a tuner, pan tuner.
But they have that program going on somewhere.
No, but not in South. I think if I could be corrected, but if MIC has something in Pleasantville or St. Madeleine, let us know. We have youths that want to learn to make pans. Right? We want an all-round component in the steel pan thing, not just played. We are training our young ones to be secretaries, managers, treasurers, right? So all of that to prepare you for outside of the steel pan.
Yeah. Wow. So ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing it from the man himself, eh? Mr. Curtis Sleepy Marcel. Yes. So when you was outside, where were you?
All over.
On a ship?
Not all the time.
Then where?
Netherlands.
Playing, doing what? Doing what?
We go talk about that privately.
I thought you was on a ship.
Nah, not all the time. Not all the time. But you know what I could say? I worked with Princess, Royal Caribbean, Celebrity. My most enjoyable time was with Holland America Line because we used to have, sometimes in January, they used to have these charters. These smooth jazz charters where you were working for a week. Well, the rest of the show band and that kind of thing. And they had the Wayman Teasdale charter.
Wayman Teasdale, the bass man?
Yeah.
The jazz bass man?
Yeah, he died now.
Oh, wow.
You had the Blues Cruise. You had Soul Train. Oh my God! And the D-Jazz Cruise where you have people like the Romeo Brothers and Marcus Miller. Yeah, it was big.
I think we're ready to go back stateside, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Let me say thank you to Curtis Sleepy Marcel. We're ready to go back to the stage.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Kerry.
We are back. We have another half of fantastic music coming your way. But before that, we want to kick things off with 3 more tokens of appreciation. These 3 gentlemen we are recognizing for their long-standing service and contribution to the Fonclaire Forever legacy. We are inviting, is it Wendell coming to hand out the awards? I just want to make sure that we have someone on stage. Wendell. 400 years later. Nice, thank you. We invite to the stage Mr. Jan Stedman. All right, here he comes, looking very dapper. The shoes match the pants, match the hat. Come on, I love it. I love how Fonclaire Saga boy is here. Let's hear it for Mr. Jan Stedman for long-standing service and contribution to the Fonclaire legacy. The cameras, we are ready? Must have a picture, man. All right. Next up, we invite to the stage Mr. Martin Thomas, a.k.a. Funny. Mr. Martin Thomas. Here he comes. All right. Another Saga boy. I like that for us. With his center stitch clocks. Come on, sharp as ever. Thank you so much for all that you have contributed to the Fonclaire legacy. And finally, we invite to the stage Mr. Jacob Arthur. Jacob Arthur, here he comes. These would have been gentlemen who would have been around from almost inception, almost. He's coming. Let's hear it for Mr. Jacob Arthur as he makes it to the stage. We thank them so much. And before we get back into the music, we would like to invite a very special gentleman to the stage to bring birthday greetings to NLCB Fonclaire. None other. I feel like you're coming, does that now? Okay. Coming to the stage to bring birthday greetings, none other than His Worship, the Mayor Alderman, Mr. Robert Paris, Mayor of San Fernando. We would also like to acknowledge our councillor, who has also just walked in. Thank you so much. You are becoming a staple at these events. I love that for us. Yes. Here comes Mr. Paris. To bring 60th birthday greetings, looking very sharp in blue. All right, there we go.
A pleasant good evening to each and every one of you. And as well as I want to acknowledge the diversity of Trinidad and Tobago. Could you imagine from this morning, I have attended many Indian Arrival Day events, and here I am this evening celebrating our national instrument and the birthday of Fonclaire. So Fonclaire's birthday is kind of close to my birthday. I had a birthday on Tuesday, so Darren could have told me that. So I'm not as old as Fonclaire. I'm only 47 years old. I want to hear that too. Ladies and gentlemen, I am always proud to be on stage at any Fonclaire event for all that Fonclaire has done towards the development of the young people in Trinidad and Tobago. That is a model that I myself follow. I want you all to know that yesterday I had a meeting with the UN, and the plan of the San Fernando City Corporation is that we are going to turn San Fernando into a child-friendly city. That's the mandate from the UN. So certainly, what Fonclaire has done, we use that as a model to try to plug into what it is the UN has planned for the city of San Fernando. And certainly, as we move forward with those plans, I will more than sit down with Darren Shepherd and the management of Fonclaire and see how we can encompass and incorporate everything so that we are successful in our venture to become that. So I don't want to take much time. I just want to congratulate Fonclaire again on this auspicious occasion, and thank you sincerely for listening to me. All the best.
Thank you so much for those birthday greetings. We appreciate it hugely. And I think it quite fitting that this is the performance that comes next. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have, now I know some of you all might be looking at this banner and thinking, is this another Fonclaire Juniors? No. Ladies and gentlemen, this that you are seeing here with literally almost the entirety of the band is below the age of All young people, this is the new generation of NLCB Fonclaire, and they are playing Jahaji Bai as we celebrate Indian Arrival Day. All right. Let's hear it again for NLCB Fonclaire with Jahaji Bai. I like that little clip right there. I like you. I was waiting to see when people would start to dance. Thank you for representing. I said, well, all right, finally. Y'all, you can get up and dance if you want to get up and dance, you know. Because I am sure you all seeing me in the corner, they're boogieing. So, all right. Again, let me properly acknowledge our counselor for Laser Far West. Thank you so much for taking time out for joining us, Mr. Hussein. I also want to acknowledge our chairman of our South Central region of Pantrinbago, Mr. Philip Barker, also in the audience. Thank you so much for joining us and taking the time, spending some time with us in South. Love that. Y'all, more cuteness is coming to the stage. You ready? More cuteness is coming on stage. Ooh. Oh, hold on. There's no. Hi. Hello. What is your name?
Janari.
Say again.
Janari.
Janari. You have beautiful eyelashes. Oh, gorgeous. So handsome. How old are you?
7.
7. How long have you been playing pan? You know what? You like playing pan?
Little bit.
Honesty. Yeah, I mean, he honest. He said little bits, you know, and that's fine. That's okay. I like honesty. Who else? Ooh, I spied her. I decided the stage just now, and I knew I was coming to ask her, but I didn't want to make eye contact. Next thing you know, she got nervous. Hello. What is your name? What is your name? Tell me my ears. Chloe. Okay, all right, we got through that. Chloe, how old are you? She's 10. All right. Chloe, this is your first time playing pan? Like in front of an audience like this? No? Okay, well, all right. She's a veteran then. She just would like to talk to people very loudly, and that's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, behind us, we have none other than Grant Memorial. Let's hear it for them. Are you all ready? Yes? Oh, you're not looking like you're all ready. You all ready? Yeah? All right, let's go. Let's hear it again for Grant Memorial Presbyterian School. Yes. Beautifully done. The very serious front line, very about their business. You know? Not here for all that dancing and choreography. We're here to play pan. All right. And I can live with that. That's okay. You know, if you put me behind a pan, I will start a wine and forget to play. So that's fair. My uncle but gifted me a tenor when I was about their age. I played for a little while, you know, some certificates of excellence and things, but I was clearly destined to whine and dance and things. So eventually, I, much to his disappointment, walked away from the pan, playing the pan. But the pan lived on in my heart, which is why you will find me in spaces like these all the time. You forgive me, Uncle Kenneth? Okay, you say forgive me. I'm too sure. I think he only saying that because people are wrong him. I feel like he never really fully forgave me, but that's okay. All right, folks. From Grand Memorial to yet another one of our past legacy members. This is a gentleman who is currently based in the U.S., Arkansas to be exact. He would have joined Fonclaire back in 1986. He's a past stage side arranger. He's a man who has traveled the world, flying the flag of Trinidad and Tobago, and Fonclaire and Pan extremely high. Let's welcome Mr. Darrell Harp Edwards. Daryl Harp Edwards. I was going to ask what the harp is about, but I didn't. I feel like there's a story behind the harp. Daryl Harp, you know, we were just talking about this backstage, about musicians, and I'm not being ageist, but musicians of a certain era have a certain sass, a certain sound, a certain edge to them. And I think that has been evident in the legacy players, all of the legacy players we've seen here tonight. Some of the best musicians that I've heard in a long time. Let's hear it for all of them who've played, all of our soloists who've played thus far this evening. All right, you all know how I feel about my school bands. And I have a very, very special place in my heart for this particular band because this is my alma mater. Come on. St. Gabriel's Girls RC School, otherwise known as the Gabrielites. Their arranger is one of our very own at Fonclaire, the very talented Shazzy Webb, that they clearly love dearly. And of course, we also want to celebrate the principal of St. Gabriel's as well as called Mothers. She's been a music mummy for a very, very long time. She's one of my musical mothers. Let's hear it from Miss Bernadette Roberts backstage. Come on. If you went to St. Gabriel's and you were in any form of choir, you passed through Miss Roberts, okay? She's now Auntie Bernadette. Ladies and gentlemen, oh wait, hold on. Hi. What is your name?
Maya.
Maya? Maya, who is your granny?
Miss Robert.
Hold on, one more. Where the next one? Oh, right. Oh, God, she far boy. Wait, hold on. Tell me, what is your name?
Melody.
And Melody, who is your granny?
Miss Robert.
Come on. That is what we mean when we say legacy, and we celebrate all of our little ones. Let's hear it for the Gabrielites. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gabrielites, come, tiny whiny, come. What is your name?
Isabel.
You all was seeing Isabel? Oh, I just need you all to understand. You see, Isabel is my kind of girl. Congratulations, little ones. You all did exceptionally well. Isabel is my kind of girl. Auntie Bernadette would have put me out the band. Because I would have been getting down on the choreography and forget to play. I like this part. That part, I like that part plenty. Of course, you see, she know me good. All right, folks. You all do not even understand how much joy I have right now to introduce the next soloist. Where to begin? Where to begin? My first and most fondest memories of Joseph Reed. Once upon a time, I was in a dance company called Laserfar Dance Company. And I was part of a contingent going to Carupano, Venezuela, for a cultural exchange. And Fonclaire stage side was part of the Bacchanal. Earlier, we nearly did not reach Venezuela. We missed the boat to go to Venezuela. We end up having to sleep in Tetran barracks, and the next day, that evening, we spent, of course, you know as it is when you're going on these cultural events, etc., the sleepover portion of the evening is always the most exciting because nobody is sleeping. Joseph Reed is a comedian. I need you all to know this. I don't know if you all know, but I am very acquainted with the fact that Joseph Reed liked plenty strippiness. And he has not changed over the years. He is a joy as much as he is a hard worker. And I'm very excited about the fact that he has to follow the Gabrielites because they are a very hard act to follow. And I love to watch him squirm. Bringing to the stage our beloved captain of the NLCB Fonclaire, Mr. Joseph Reed. You reach? You sure? They put an extra step for you? Nice, I like that. They put a box, it's true. It have a box on the next side? Nah, man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Joseph Reed. All right, he could play. Oh gosh, he had to get one, so jeez. One of my favorites. He is one of the people that I love to hear play the most, but don't tell him I said that. Right. Nicely. We have so many young people inside of our Fonclaire Forever family that we had to split our juniors in two. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Fonclaire Juniors 2. Yes? Soon to be the I don't like that. Miscellaneous water on my face. Now, Prima Bowl, if I get a ringworm, you all are getting a strongly worded letter, eh? Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Fonclaire Juniors 2, soon to be the new and next generation of NLCB Fonclaire. ladies and gentlemen, Fonclaire Juniors 2. The upcoming generation of Fonclaire. She's not bothering me, you know. She could stay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Our next soloist, I have a very special place in my heart for him. I know him as Uncle Leonard. You will call him Dr. Leonard Jack. All right? If you please. This was a gentleman who excelled, both as a musician and, wait for it, as a dancer. All ever know that? Leonard Jack was one of Joyce Curtin's shining stars in the Laser Dance Company. Now telling me there was many a night Joyce Curtin come down in the pan and drag him out the band to go up the road to practice. That song like Auntie Joyce, is that song accurate? An accomplished musician and a university professor, and always a lover of Fonclaire. We are so honored to have you, Uncle Leonard, and he will be coming to share with us. He's doing 2 tunes. Put your hands together for Dr. Leonard Jack. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Dr. Leonard Jack, a member of the Fonclaire Forever family since 1972. That's correct. You better put some respect on his name. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Leonard. Thank you for sharing this time with us. All right, folks, we are getting closer and closer to the finale event. Closer and closer. On stage, I have one of the baddest arms of the NLCB Fonclaire Forever family. Come on, act like you know. Fourth, yes, in the National Panorama Finals, but still the reigning South Central champions. All right? Coming to the stage, we have Fusion Steel.
Check.
Good night. If I was to tell you just how much I need you, would you come tonight? Would you not believe me? 'Cause a love that easy never turns alright. I'm I'm trying to change the rules. You deserve something good in your life. We've waited for far too long, so come get your blessings tonight, baby. Won't you come over, love?
Hear me, girl.
So I can show you love.
Show you, girl.
Promise I've got enough to give you all that you need,
Put it bang,
baby.
bang, bang, bang.
So many search to find a love that's as good as mine.
It's a sign.
I don't want to waste no time, so bring it on to me.
Well, let me tell you this. Well, I've been thinking for a long, long time that I've wanted to give me this love. See me, girl. Cause you know I've been on my mind. Can't sleep at night and such. Baby girl, now that you have shown me the signs, we press gosh and the bother with the clutch. Baby girl, I wanna give you loving all night long, so strong that you won't forget my touch. Baby girl.
Baby, let me teach you, give you love instruction, show you what I know.
Uh-huh.
We should take it easy, ain't no need to rush, no baby, nice and slow. All this love I could give to you, I expect just a bit in return.
Baby!
You don't have to be perfect, love, as long as you're willing to learn, baby.
Won't you come over, love?
So I can show you love.
Show me, girl.
Promise I got enough to give you all that you need,
What a bang,
baby.
bang, bang, bang.
So many search to find a love that's as good as mine. I don't want to waste no time, so bring it, baby.
My adrenaline is pumping, I'm thinking about one thing between you and me. You see me, girl?
I see
If
it.
the pace is too fast for you, baby, then we can take it a little slowly. Baby girl, I'll take you to the top and never drop ya, never flop ya. In a roll and I forgot ya. And your love is coming at ya. Baby, love, I gonna really got ya. So what you gonna do, girl?
Turn on the light.
Sing it, yo.
Give you all of my love tonight. Let's do what lovers do. Oh, I'm ready for you. Don't want to waste my time. So don't make me beg. And don't keep me waiting for love.
Never, never, never,
Won't you
girl.
come over,
Yo.
love?
Oh, come over, love. So I can show you love. Promise I got enough
to give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find a love that's as good as mine. I don't want to waste no time, so bring it on to me. Ooh, ooh.
So bring your love,
Bring it on to
girlfriend.
me.
Woo, woo,
Say, bring it on to me. Yeah.
woo,
Yeah. Yeah.
Say,
Say,
bring your
bring
love,
it on to me.
girlfriend.
Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Fusion still. Hey.
Yo, put your hands up for the Kizzy. You know we pumping out tonight, right? Put your hands together right now. For Fusion Steel right now, we pumping. If you know this song, let's sing along with me too, right? Don't forget. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, yeah.
Show them, girl.
Baby. Oh, yeah, yeah. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love? Promise I've got enough to give you all that you need. So many search to find a love that's as good as mine. I don't want to waste no time, so bring it on to me, baby. Ooh. Bring it on to me, yeah. Say, bring it on to me. Ooh, ooh. Bring it on to me,
too, right? Which trees? I will love Bacchanal too, you know. When I'm feeling under the weather,
You just make me feel sweet.
Ice the cocoa tea, use the sugar,
And together we are complete. Darling,
beat me up, sing it. Only you alone could put fire back in my soul.
Beat me up.
And you're telling me I should leave that fire alone. No. And the more they tell me, the more I hold it close. And tell them, I can never let you go. Miss how she Girl, I come in home, I will see you again. Hold it through the night, I'm dreaming. Yeah, Miss how she When you turn it up, make me smooth like darling. When outside is pouring rain, show them, put on the fire.
Bubbling it, bubbling it, bubbling it over.
Raise the temperature higher.
Coming in, coming in, coming in closer.
Make the thing catch on fire. All on the ground, all over the bumper. With that pot on the fire. It's the cocoa tea you love. Oh. Why? I can't really concentrate. I feel a sugar rush in my vein. One thing that did make my day, I'm missing it when I wanna love you. Heat me up. Only you alone could put fire back in my soul.
Heat me up.
And you're telling me I should leave that fire alone. No. And the more they tell me it's more I hold in your clothes. Show them I can never let you go. Miss how she Girl, I come in home, I want to see you again. Hold it through the night, I'm dreaming. Swing it up, Miss how she Girl, you turn it up, make me smooth, my darling. When outside is pouring rain, should I not put on the fire?
Bubbling it, bubbling it, bubbling it over.
Wash, raise the temperature higher.
Coming in, coming in, coming in closer.
Make the thing catch a fire. All on the ground, all over the counter. May that put on the fire. It's your cocoa tea you love. Oh.
Anxiety keeps on trying me. It's my anxiety, yeah. Anybody in here feeling anxious tonight? You're just so excited. Makes you anxious. Anxiety keeps on trying me, keeps on trying me. It's my anxiety, yeah. Anxiety keeps on trying me. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety, yeah. Well, we know she's not anxious. Oh, call Mayoral. Woo! Get into it. My anxiety, it keeps on trying me. My anxiety keeps on trying me. Yeah. Anxiety can shake it off of me. And my anxiety, anxiety. It's my anxiety. It's my anxiety. To make somebody anxious tonight. anxiety, yes. It's my anxiety. It's my anxiety, yes. And sometimes I feel there's something on my chest, like an elephant standing up on it, you know. And I just let it go. Hey, anxiety keeps on trying me. Anxiety keeps on trying me. It's my anxiety. Oh, it's my anxiety. Yeah. It's my anxiety. Anxiety, it keeps on trying me. Anxiety, can shake it up for me. Anxiety, can shake it up for me. Anxiety, it's my anxiety, yeah. It's my anxiety, yeah. It's my anxiety, yeah. It's my anxiety, yeah. It's my anxiety. It's my anxiety, yeah. It's my anxiety. It's my anxiety. I look like I'm going to the gym every morning.
and gentlemen, let's hear it for our South Central Small Panorama champions. That was Fusion Steel alongside our vocalists Kizzy Huggins and Shimon Fleming and our little superstar at the end here. We started to say, oh, but hey, Patrick Bishop, is that you? And you see, I know that was that joke. Too many people don't get that reference, you know. But you know Pat Bishop. Come on, we know about Pat Bishop. Come on. All right. Okay, y'all, it's about that time. You all ready? We are about to bring the curtain down on our 60th anniversary celebrations. What happened? Tell me. Read? We good? Okay. We are about to bring the curtain down on our 60th anniversary or birthday celebrations, whichever one. Thank you so much for being with us. I want you to get up and dance and party for this last set. We have a deal? If all here do not dance for this last set, we're done. I'm not talking to you after this, eh? Right. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing to the stage NLCB Fonclaire. People missing? Ready? Well then, vote of thanks while they're setting up. You want me to do it? You want me to tell them vote of thanks in the meantime? You ready? A vehicle? Okay. Immediately. All right, just before we have our finale performance, 2 vehicles that need to move immediately, PCJ 4062 and PCW 2570. PCJ 4062 and PCW 2570, you need to move your vehicles immediately. Please and thanks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the piece de resistance is about to happen. We cannot leave unless you know what song we have to play, right? All right. Before we get to it, however, in all things we must give thanks, and this is where I bid you adieu. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. And I hand the mic to Mr. Joseph Reed to give the vote of thanks.
Hi, good night, everyone. First and foremost, we had to thank God for this weather today. It was threatening a lot today, but good prayers and good vibes, you know. Had a rain blew away to another area. So we thank God for that. I thank God for the patrons that, in spite of the weather, what was looking at, you all still left your homes and come out here today. We thank you so much on behalf of Fonclaire. We thank you for our awardees for coming out here today. Mr. Arthur, Mr. Thomas, there are a couple of guys again, Mr. Stedman, John Stedman. There's one more. From the top of my head, I can't get it right now. I'll get him. Yes, the Zabi. And yes, we'll get to them. That's Alpha. Yeah, Alpha Elton. Hello? Yeah, Elton from Screen Text. A good friend here from Valley Apps, he came and blessed us. So his presence here today, Mr. Flanders, you know. And we want to thank each and every one for coming out here today. First and foremost, all the bands that perform here today, from Advent Steel, San Fernando, Weston, Gabriel, Grand School Memorial, Pleasantville, Fonclaire 1 and 2, Fusion, Fonclaire Stateside, Golden, oh gosh. My apologies, Golden Steel 1 and 2. Tiny Mites, how we could forget that? They set me up to play after Tiny Mites. I couldn't catch myself after that and Gabriels. Yeah, and Fonclaire, of course, Fonclaire Stateside here behind me. Fantastic group of young people. A little challenging at times. They will admit that. Miserable. Yeah, but all the same, very, 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 very good band players. You can't get them better than that. So I want to thank each and every one of you again today for coming out. Thanks to Naparima Bowl for having us. And again, thanks for the weather. Oh, Lord, you all don't know how we prayed for this. Right? So we're going to finish off with Pan by Storm. And you all reach home safely. Thanks for coming out. And see you all in the next show. Pleasant night.